Welcome to What If Sleepstorian, soft-spoken tales to slow the day's thoughts and carry you toward peaceful sleep. Before we begin, tell me where in the world you're listening from tonight, and if you wish, what's on your mind. I read every note and love keeping quiet company across distances. If this brings you peace, a like and subscribe help me make more night-bound stories. Now, settle in, get comfortable, and breathe with me as we begin. The October rain traced lazy patterns down the windows of the brownstone on West 35th Street, each droplet catching the amber glow of the street lamps below. Inside, the familiar weight of evening settled over the rooms like a well-worn blanket, bringing with it the mingled scents of leather-bound books, the faint ghost of orchids from the plant rooms above, and something altogether more curious, the lingering aroma of garlic and wine that clung to a crumpled piece of paper lying forgotten on the hall table. Archie Goodwin paused in the doorway, his sharp eyes catching the anomaly immediately. The paper shouldn't have been there, not on Fritz Brenner's immaculate table, not with its edges stained burgundy and its surface bearing the unmistakable imprint of hasty fingers. In the 1940s New York, a city that never quite learned to sleep, the brownstone stood as a monument to order and routine, Nero Wolfe's carefully orchestrated world where every book knew its place, every meal arrived precisely on schedule, and every mystery bent eventually to the weight of pure logic. The building itself seemed to exhale contentment, its walls thick enough to muffle the distant hum of late-night traffic and the occasional wail of sirens that painted the city's restless soundtrack. Here, within these rooms, time moved differently, measured not by the frantic tick of clocks, but by the gentle rhythm of settled habits and the soft whisper of turning pages. Archie lifted the crumpled menu, for that's what it was, he realised. The elegant script of Rusterman's restaurant barely visible beneath wine stains and what appeared to be a faint smudge of duck sauce. The paper felt oddly warm in his fingers, as if it had been clutched tightly not long ago, and when he smoothed it against the table's polished surface, he noticed something else. Thin, spidery handwriting in the margins, words that seemed to dance just beyond the edge of legibility in the dim hall light. "Fritz?" Archie called toward the kitchen, his voice carrying the easy familiarity of a man thoroughly at home in his surroundings. But no answer came, only the soft bubbling of something delicious on the stove and the gentle clatter of a wooden spoon against ceramic, sounds that spoke of late-night culinary meditation in progress. The menu bore the evening's specials in Marko Vukcic's distinctive hand, Canaro Cerise, with its promise of dark cherries and port wine, Sol Veronique glistening under its mantle of white grapes, and at the bottom crossed out with a single decisive line, Coq au vin à la Bourgogne. But it was the writing in the margins that caught Archie's attention. Not Marco's flowing script, but something else entirely. Someone had written in desperate haste, "The chef knows. Tuesday's sauce tells the story. Find the recipe book. ML." Archie's mind, trained by years of working alongside the most methodical detective in New York, began to catalogue the details automatically. The wine stains formed a pattern, 3 distinct drops, the largest near the top right corner where someone might have gestured emphatically with a glass in hand. The duck sauce smudge sat precisely where a thumb might have pressed while folding the paper hastily, and the handwriting, though hurried, bore the careful formation of letters that spoke of European education, perhaps French, given the way the R in recipe curved with that particular continental flourish. The brownstone around him seemed to lean in, as if the walls themselves were curious about this small mystery that had wandered into their orderly world. In the front room, Nero Wolfe's massive form would be settled in his custom-made chair, a book balanced on his considerable belly, completely absorbed in whatever literary delicacy had captured his attention for the evening. The man who could unravel the most complex criminal conspiracies without leaving his office was, Archie knew, blissfully unaware that intrigue had quite literally walked through his front door. New York in 1940 was a city of layers, each one revealing different truths depending on where you chose to look. In the glittering restaurants of Midtown, wealthy diners savoured elaborate meals while Europe burned across the ocean. In the shadowy alleys of the Lower East Side, immigrants built new lives from fragments of old ones, their stories told in the aromas that drifted from tenement windows, paprika and onions, fresh bread and hope. The city's restaurants served as neutral ground where all these worlds could meet over shared plates and common hunger, each establishment carrying its own secrets like ingredients in a complex sauce. Rustamans occupied a special place in this culinary landscape. Marko Vukcic had built his reputation on perfect French technique married to the bold flavours of his Yugoslav heritage, creating dishes that whispered stories of distant mountains and ancient recipes passed down through generations of careful hands. The restaurant drew a clientele that appreciated not just fine food, but the artistry behind it. Financiers and artists, politicians and professors, all united in their reverence for Marko's ability to transform simple ingredients into something approaching poetry. But restaurants, like all places where people gathered to share meals and confidences, were also breeding grounds for secrets. Kitchen staff worked in close quarters, their relationships forged in the heat of service and the pressure of perfection. A menu, Archie reflected as he studied the crumpled paper, was more than just a list of dishes. It was a daily record of a kitchen's ambitions, its successes, and sometimes its failures. The crossed-out coq au vin nagged at him. Why would Marko remove such a staple from the evening's offerings? And who was M.L.? The initials didn't match any of the regular staff at Rustamans that Archie could recall. He folded the menu carefully, noting how the creases wanted to return to their original pattern, suggesting it had been carried folded for some time before being opened and hastily refolded. From the kitchen came the sound of Fritz humming softly, a Viennese waltz, if Archie's ear was correct, accompanied by the gentle rhythm of chopping. The melody floated through the brownstone like incense, adding another layer to the evening's growing sense of gentle mystery. Fritz Brenner was a man who understood that cooking was as much about rhythm and patience as it was about ingredients and technique. His midnight preparations were legendary in the household, elaborate snacks that appeared as if by magic when the evening stretched long and contemplative. Archie climbed the stairs toward Wolfe's office, the menu crackling softly in his pocket. Each step on the familiar treads produced its own quiet note, part of the brownstone's subtle symphony. The building had been Wolfe's fortress for so many years that it had absorbed something of his personality, solid, unshakable, and utterly confident in its own importance. The walls were lined with photographs of orchids, their exotic blooms frozen in black and white, and first-edition volumes that spoke of a mind that found nourishment in both beauty and knowledge. The office door stood slightly ajar, golden light spilling into the hallway like honey. Inside, Archie could see Wolfe's profile, his massive head bent over a leather-bound volume, his lips moving silently as he read. This was Wolfe at his most peaceful, divorced from the world's complications, lost in the pure pleasure of a well-crafted sentence or an elegant argument. The sight never failed to amuse Archie, this brilliant, impossible man who could solve murders through sheer force of intellect, but refused to leave his house for anything short of a national emergency. "Archie?" Wolfe's voice carried its usual tone of mild surprise, as if he hadn't heard every creak of the staircase announcing his assistant's approach. "I trust your dinner was satisfactory." "More than satisfactory," Archie replied, settling into his own chair and withdrawing the crumpled menu. But it came with an unexpected appetizer. Wolfe's eyes, small and dark in his round face, shifted from his book to the paper in Archie's hand. The detective's expression didn't change, but Archie had learned to read the subtle signs, the slight straightening of the shoulders, the way Wolfe's fingers found the edge of his bookmark. A mystery, even a small one, was irresistible to Nero Wolfe, like catnip to a particularly large and sedentary feline. "I found this on the hall table," Archie continued, unfolding the menu with theatrical care. "Rustamans, tonight's specials, some interesting marginalia, and what appears to be the remnants of someone's dinner conversation." The rain outside had intensified, drumming against the windows with a steady rhythm of fingers tapping impatiently on a desk. The sound wrapped around the brownstone like a cocoon, isolating them from the city's restless energy and creating a pocket of warm stillness where mysteries could unfold at their own pace. In the distance, a ship's horn called from the Hudson River, its mournful note adding a touch of melancholy to the evening's gathering atmosphere. Wolfe extended his hand without looking up from his book. "The menu, please." Archie placed the crumpled paper on the desk, watching as Wolfe finally closed his book, a treatise on Byzantine architecture, Archie noted, and turned his attention to the evening's puzzle. The detective's hands, surprisingly delicate for such a large man, smoothed the menu with the gentle care of someone handling an ancient manuscript. For several long moments, Wolfe studied the paper in silence. His eyes moved systematically from top to bottom, taking in not just the printed words but the stains, the creases, the desperate scrawl in the margins. This was Wolfe's particular genius, the ability to read a scene like a scholar might read a text, finding meaning in every detail, every seemingly random mark. "Interesting," Wolfe murmured finally, his voice carrying that particular note of satisfaction that always preceded his most elegant deductions. "Tell me, Archie, what did you observe about the evening's clientele at Rusterman's?" Archie leaned back in his chair, letting his mind drift back to dinner. The restaurant had been moderately busy for a Tuesday evening, the usual mix of regulars and first-time visitors, the latter identifiable by the way they studied the menu as if it were written in hieroglyphics. At the corner table, Judge Morrison had been entertaining what appeared to be his nephew, a young man with nervous hands and an expensive suit that didn't quite fit his personality. Near the windows, a couple had shared the canard aux cerises, while conducting what looked like a very civilized argument, their voices never rising above a whisper, but their gestures growing increasingly animated. "Nothing unusual," Archie said. "The judge was there with that nephew of his, the one who looks like he's auditioning for the role of promising young lawyer, but keeps forgetting his lines." The Hendersons were at their usual table celebrating their anniversary again, and there was a new face. Young woman, dining alone, seemed to know exactly what she wanted without looking at the menu. "Ah," Wolfe's finger traced one of the wine stains. "Describe this young woman." Archie closed his eyes, calling up the memory. Mid-20s, dark hair pulled back in a French twist that looked like it had been professionally arranged, but was starting to rebel. Good clothes, but not new, the kind of quality that lasts. She ordered the sole Veronique and seemed to know exactly how she wanted it prepared. Confident, but... He paused, searching for the right word. Anxious, like someone who was trying very hard to appear calm. And she dined alone. Completely alone. Marco stopped by her table twice, which is unusual for him during service. Usually he's too busy in the kitchen to make social rounds. Wolfe lifted the menu and held it toward the lamp, studying the wine stains with the concentration of a jeweller, examining a suspicious diamond. 3 distinct drops, he observed. The largest here at the top right, where someone might gesture emphatically while holding a glass. The second, smaller, near the centre, a more careful movement, perhaps pointing to a specific item. And the third, barely visible, at the bottom left corner. The rain continued its gentle percussion against the windows, creating a rhythm that seemed to underscore Wolfe's methodical observations. In the warmth of the office, surrounded by the familiar scents of leather and paper, and the faint aroma of Fritz's late-night culinary activities drifting up from the kitchen, the crumpled menu began to feel less like a piece of trash and more like a page from an unfinished story. The handwriting, Wolfe continued, is educated but hurried. European, almost certainly French, based on the formation of certain letters. The pressure varies, lighter at the beginning, heavier toward the end, suggesting increasing urgency or emotion. He set the menu down and folded his hands across his substantial middle. The paper was folded hastily but carried carefully, protected in a pocket or purse. The stains are fresh, no more than a few hours old. Archie nodded, following Wolfe's reasoning with the ease of long practice. So someone at Rusterman's tonight received this menu, or at least handled it while drinking wine. They wrote the note, folded it quickly, and then... He paused. How did it end up on our hall table? An excellent question, Wolfe agreed. Perhaps you would be so kind as to consult with Fritz. I believe I heard him mention earlier that he intended to prepare a small midnight refreshment. His movements about the house this evening might prove illuminating. The detective's suggestion carried the weight of gentle command, and Archie recognised the familiar pattern. Wolfe had absorbed the available information and was now ready to deploy his operatives, in this case Archie himself, to gather additional data. It was a dance they had performed countless times, each knowing his role with the precision of long-time partners. Archie made his way downstairs, the menu's mystery trailing after him like smoke. The kitchen, when he reached it, was a temple to Fritz's particular brand of culinary meditatio. Every surface gleamed, every utensil occupied its proper place, and the air was rich with the complex aromas of his midnight preparations. Fritz himself stood at the massive stove, his tall, lean frame bent slightly as he stirred something that sent up tendrils of steam redolent with herbs and butter. "Fritz," Archie said, settling into one of the kitchen's comfortable chairs, "did you happen to notice how this found its way to the hall table?" He held up the menu, and Fritz turned, his weathered face breaking into the gentle smile that was never far from his features. The cook's eyes, bright with intelligence and warmth, focused on the crumpled paper with interest. "Ah," Fritz said, his slight Austrian accent lending music to the simple syllable. "Yes, I wondered about that. It was not there when I went up to tend Mr. Wolfe's orchids at 8 o'clock. But when I came down at 9:30, there it was, sitting on the table as if it belonged there. Did you hear anyone at the door, or see anything unusual?" Fritz considered the question while stirring his creation, something that smelled wonderfully of mushrooms and wine, and promised to be exactly the sort of midnight snack that made living in Wolfe's brownstone such a civilized experience. "There was the sound of the mail slot," he said thoughtfully, "but no footsteps on the front steps, which struck me as odd. Usually when someone uses the slot, you can hear them coming up the steps and going back down." Archie felt a small thrill of understanding. Someone dropped it through the mail slot from the street. "That would be my guess," Fritz agreed. "But carefully, you understand. Not just push through, but placed gently so it would land on the table rather than fall to the floor." The implications settled around Archie like pieces of a puzzle clicking into place. Someone had brought the menu to the brownstone deliberately, someone who knew the layout well enough to ensure it would land where it would be found. But why not ring the bell and deliver it properly? Why the clandestine approach? Fritz laddered his creation into a small bowl and handed it to Archie with a flourish. "Mushroom risotto with white truffle oil," he announced. "I thought perhaps a small taste before you return to Mr. Wolfe with your report." The risotto was, as everything Fritz prepared, a small masterpiece. Each grain of rice perfectly cooked, the mushrooms earthy and complex, the truffle oil adding a note of luxury that made the humble dish sing. Archie ate slowly, savouring not just the flavours but the peaceful ritual of sharing food in the warm kitchen, while rain pattered against the windows and the mystery of the crumpled menu waited patiently for resolution. "Fritz," Archie said between bites, "what do you know about the staff at Rustermann's? Anyone with the initials M.L.?" Fritz's expression grew thoughtful. "There is Marie-Louise," he said after a moment. "She is new to the kitchen, perhaps 3 weeks now. French, from Lyon originally. Marco hired her to assist with the sauces. She has training from one of the great houses there." "What's she like?" "Skilled, but—" Fritz paused, choosing his words carefully. "Troubled, perhaps." "She works very hard, stays late, asks many questions about traditional preparations. Yesterday, when I stopped by to discuss some matters with Marco, I saw her copying recipes from his private collection. When she noticed me watching, she looked frightened." The pieces of the puzzle were beginning to take shape in Archie's mind, though their final arrangement remained elusive. A young French cook, new to Marco's kitchen, interested in traditional recipes. The mysterious note about Tuesday's sauce and the chef's knowledge. The crossed-out coq au vin on the evening's menu. He finished the risotto and carried the empty bowl to the sink, where Fritz took it with the automatic grace of a man who had spent decades making sure every detail of domestic life ran smoothly. The kitchen, Archie reflected, was the true heart of the brownstone. Not just because it was where Fritz created his culinary magic, but because it was the one room where the rigid formality that governed the rest of the house softened into something more approachable, more human. "Thank you," Archie said, both for the food and for the information. "I should report back to Mr. Wolfe before he decides to solve this mystery through pure contemplation." Fritz chuckled. "Give him my regards, and tell him that if he requires additional consultation, I will be happy to provide what insights I can. Sometimes," he added with a knowing smile, "the kitchen sees things that the dining room misses." Archie climbed the stairs again, his mind working through the information Fritz had provided. Marie-Louise, M.L., a young French cook with access to Marco's private recipes and the skill to understand their significance. But what story could Tuesday's source tell? And why had she felt compelled to slip her message through the Brownstones' mail slot rather than approach Wolfe directly? He found Wolfe exactly where he had left him, the crumpled menu spread before him on the desk like a map to some unexplored territory. The detective's eyes were closed, but Archie knew better than to assume he was sleeping. This was Wolfe's thinking pose, the position he adopted when all the available facts were being shuffled and reshuffled in his remarkable mind until they formed a pattern that satisfied his exacting standards. "Fritz confirms the menu arrived via mail slot sometime between 8 and 9:30, Archie reported. And he identified our M.L., Marie-Louise, a new sauce cook at Rustermann's. French, from Lyon, very interested in traditional recipes. Fritz saw her copying from Marco's private collection and thought she seemed frightened when she noticed him watching. Wolfe's eyes opened, and he regarded the menu with the expression of a man who had just solved a particularly satisfying crossword puzzle. "Of course," he said softly, "the source tells the story indeed. Care to enlighten me?" Wolfe straightened in his chair, his movements deliberate and somehow ceremonial, as if he were preparing to deliver a lecture to an assembly of culinary scholars, rather than explain a minor mystery to his assistant in the comfort of his own office. "Consider," he began, "the menu itself. Tonight's specials include canard aux cerises and sole Veronique, both dishes that showcase classical French technique, but do not require particularly complex sauces. The coq au vin, however, has been crossed out. Why?" Archie shrugged. "Maybe they ran out of chicken." "Unlikely. Marco is far too experienced a restaurateur to list a dish he cannot prepare. No, the coq au vin was removed from the menu for a different reason, because its preparation would have revealed something that Marco preferred to keep hidden." The rain outside had settled into a steady whisper, and the brownstone seemed to lean closer, as if the walls themselves were curious about Wolfe's reasoning. In the warm light of the desk lamp, the detective's face took on the expression of gentle satisfaction that always accompanied his most elegant deductions. "Coq au vin à la Bourgogne," Wolfe continued, "is not merely chicken braised in wine. When prepared properly, according to the traditional methods of Burgundy, it requires a specific technique for the sauce, one that has been passed down through generations of French cooks. The wine must be reduced in a particular way, combined with the cooking liquid from the chicken, and finished with a liaison of egg yolks and cream that transforms the entire dish from simple peasant food into something approaching art. I'm following you so far. Marie-Louise, trained in Lyon, would know this traditional method. She would also recognise when someone was attempting to replicate it without proper understanding. Tuesday's sauce, presumably the sauce served with the coq au vin on that evening, told her a story. It revealed that someone in Marco's kitchen was using recipes from his private collection without his knowledge or permission. Archie felt the familiar thrill that came when one of Wolfe's deductions began to illuminate a previously dark corner of human behaviour. So she was protecting Marco by warning him about the theft. More than that, Wolfe said, picking up the menu and studying the wine stains again. She was protecting something far more precious than recipes. She was protecting Marco's legacy. The detective's words hung in the air like the final notes of a complex melody, and Archie found himself leaning forward, drawn into the story that was emerging from a simple piece of crumpled paper. In the world of haute cuisine, Wolfe continued, recipes are more than mere instructions. They are the distilled essence of generations of knowledge, the careful accumulation of techniques refined through countless preparations. Marco's private collection represents not just his own innovations, but the traditions he learned from his mentors, the secrets passed down through what amounts to a culinary bloodline. Outside, the city continued its restless motion. Cars splashing through puddles, late workers hurrying home under umbrellas, the endless pulse of urban life that never quite stopped, even in the small hours of the morning. But inside the brownstone, time seemed suspended, held in place by the gentle rhythm of Wolfe's explanation, and the warm certainty that all mysteries given enough patience and intelligence would eventually reveal their secrets. The initials on several pages of Marco's private recipe collection, Wolfe said, almost certainly correspond to the previous owners of those recipes, the chefs and cooks who developed them over decades or even centuries of refinement. Marie-Louise would recognise these markings and understand their significance. When she saw someone else in the kitchen copying these recipes, she would know that more than simple ingredients and techniques were being stolen. "But why bring the message to you?" Archie asked. "Why not go directly to Marco?" Wolfe smiled, the expression transforming his usually serious face into something almost benevolent. "Because, my dear Archie, she was caught in an impossible position. As the newest member of the kitchen staff, she could not accuse a colleague of theft without risking her own position. Yet as someone who understood the true value of what was being stolen, she could not remain silent." The detective paused to sip from the glass of beer that had appeared at some point during their conversation, Fritz's silent contribution to the evening's deliberations. The beer was perfectly chilled, its foam forming a precise white cap that spoke of the careful attention Fritz paid to every detail of life in the brownstone. She needed someone with the authority to investigate discreetly, Wolfe continued, someone whose reputation would ensure that Marco took the allegations seriously. And she needed that investigation to appear to come from an outside source, so that suspicion would not fall on her. Archie nodded, understanding now why the menu had arrived through the mail slot rather than through the front door. So she created a puzzle that only you could solve, knowing that you would piece together the story from the evidence she provided. Precisely. The wine stains, the handwriting, the cryptic reference to Tuesday's source, all carefully chosen to lead me to the correct conclusion without requiring her to make a direct accusation. Wolfe set down his beer glass with the gentle precision that marked all his movements. It was, in its way, quite elegant. The rain had begun to soften, its earlier insistence mellowing into the sort of gentle patter that made warm, dry rooms feel even more welcoming. Archie settled back in his chair, enjoying the satisfaction that came with watching Wolfe unravel a mystery through pure deduction. But something still nagged at him, a loose thread in the otherwise neat tapestry of the detective's explanation. "There's still one thing I don't understand," he said. "If Marie-Louise was trying to protect Marco's recipes, why didn't she just tell him what she'd observed? Why go through this elaborate charade?" Wolfe's expression grew thoughtful. An excellent question, and one that suggests the situation is perhaps more complex than it initially appeared. He picked up the menu again, this time focusing on the handwriting in the margins. Notice the urgency in her script, the way the pen pressure increases toward the end of the message. This is not the calm handwriting of someone planning a careful strategy. This is the desperate scrawl of someone who has discovered something that frightened her. Frightened her how? Consider the implications if the person copying Marco's recipes was not merely a colleague seeking to improve his or her own skills, but someone with more mercenary motives. In the competitive world of New York restaurants, access to Marco's closely guarded techniques could be worth a considerable amount of money to the right buyer. Archie felt a chill that had nothing to do with the October evening. Industrial espionage, restaurant style. It would not be the first time that culinary secrets have been stolen for profit, Wolfe agreed. And if Marie-Louise discovered that someone was not merely copying recipes for personal use, but was preparing to sell them, or worse, to use them in a competing establishment, she would face a moral dilemma of considerable complexity. The detective paused to turn a few pages in the menu, though Archie suspected this was more for dramatic effect than from any need to examine the evidence again. Wolfe had a theatrical streak that he indulged when he was particularly pleased with the deduction, and the current mystery had all the elements he found most satisfying. Subtle clues, human psychology, and a solution that revealed layers of motivation beneath the surface. She could not approach Marco directly, Wolfe continued, because doing so would require her to identify the thief. If she was wrong about the person's motives, she would destroy a colleague's reputation and probably lose her own position. If she was right, she might be placing herself in physical danger. Industrial espionage, even of the culinary variety, often involves people who have little regard for the welfare of those who might interfere with their plans. The implications of Wolfe's reasoning settled around them like smoke, adding a darker dimension to what had seemed like a simple case of professional jealousy. In the warm confines of the brownstone, surrounded by books and comfort and the reassuring sounds of Fritz's continued activities in the kitchen, it was easy to forget that the city outside contained people for whom theft and violence were simply tools of commerce. "So what do we do?" Archie asked. "Call Marco and warn him?" "That would be premature," Wolfe replied. "We have identified the problem, but we have not yet identified the perpetrator. Marie-Louise has provided us with when Tuesday's source revealed the theft, but not who. Before we can act, we need additional information." Archie glanced at his watch. Nearly midnight. Too late for casual phone calls, but still early enough for the sort of discreet inquiry that was sometimes necessary in their line of work. "Want me to take a walk over to Rusterman's? The kitchen staff might still be cleaning up." An excellent suggestion, but unnecessary. Wolfe reached for the telephone on his desk with the air of a man executing a carefully considered plan. "I believe a single strategic inquiry will provide all the information we require." He dialed the familiar number with deliberate precision, each digit selected with the care of a pianist choosing exactly the right note. The phone rang twice before Marco's distinctive voice answered, coloured with the slight accent that years in New York had softened but never completely erased. "Marco," Wolfe said without preamble, "I trust your evening service proceeded smoothly." "Nero?" Marco's surprise was evident even through the telephone static. "Of course, but why are you calling so late? Is everything all right?" "Quite all right. I'm calling to satisfy my curiosity about a small matter. Your Tuesday evening special, the coq au vin à la Bourgogne. I'm told it was particularly well received." There was a pause, and Archie could almost see Marco's expression of confusion. Finally his voice came back, tinged with uncertainty. "Tuesday? But Nero, we did not serve coq au vin on Tuesday." Henri attempted to prepare it, but the sauce... He paused again. "The sauce was completely wrong. I had to discard the entire preparation and substitute at the last minute." "Ah," Wolfe said, his voice carrying a note of gentle satisfaction. "And this Henri, he's relatively new to your kitchen." "Yes, perhaps 6 weeks now. He came with good references from Le Bernardin, but..." Another pause. "Nero, what is this about? How did you know about Tuesday's problem?" "Henri's full name, if you please. Henri Larocque. But I still don't understand." "All will be clear shortly," Wolfe assured him. "One final question. Has Henri shown particular interest in your private recipe collection?" The silence that followed was longer this time, and when Marco spoke again, his voice carried the weight of dawning understanding. "My God. Yes, he has. I found him in my office after hours twice last week. Claimed he was looking for inventory sheets, and some of my notebooks. I thought I had misplaced them, but they were always returned to the wrong shelves." "I suggest you examine those notebooks carefully," Wolfe advised. "I believe you will find that certain pages show signs of having been photographed or traced, and I strongly recommend that you secure your collection immediately." "Nero, how did you—" "Never mind. I will check the notebooks tonight. But what made you suspicious of Henri?" "A concerned colleague brought the matter to my attention through appropriately discreet channels," Wolfe replied. "You have at least one member of your staff who values your trust above her own comfort." After ending the call, Wolfe settled back in his chair with the expression of a man who had completed a satisfying piece of work. The menu lay on his desk like evidence at a closed case, its wine stains and desperate handwriting now silent witnesses to a mystery solved through careful observation and logical deduction. "Marie-Louise will be safe now," he said to Archie. "Marco will handle the situation with Henri discreetly, and she will not be identified as the source of the information. Her position is secure, and Marco's recipes are protected. All from a crumpled piece of paper, Archie mused. Sometimes I think you just like showing off. Wolfe's smile was unrepentant. Perhaps. But consider the alternative. If Marie-Louise had attempted to handle the situation herself, she might have confronted Henri directly. A young woman, alone with someone engaged in theft for profit. The possibilities for tragedy are considerable. The detective's words reminded Archie of why he continued to work for this impossible, brilliant man despite all the frustrations and oddities that came with the position. Beneath Wolfe's theatrical manner and his refusal to leave the brownstone lay a genuine commitment to protecting the innocent and ensuring that justice, even in small matters, was properly served. Outside, the rain had stopped entirely, leaving behind only the gentle sound of water dripping from the eaves and the distant whisper of late-night traffic on the wet streets. The city was settling into its version of sleep, not the complete stillness of smaller places, but the slower rhythm that came in the small hours when even New York admitted that I should let Fritz know that the mystery is solved, Archie said, rising from his chair. He was concerned about Marie-Louise. An excellent idea, and please ask him if he might be persuaded to part with a small portion of that remarkable risotto. Intellectual exercise always stimulates my appetite. Archie made his way back to the kitchen, where Fritz was putting the finishing touches on what appeared to be a late-night feast designed to feed a small army rather than satisfy one detective's post-mystery hunger. The cook looked up as Archie entered, his weathered face brightening with curiosity. "The mystery of the crumpled menu has been solved," Archie announced. "Marie-Louise is safe, the villain has been identified, and Mr. Wolfe's reputation for omniscience remains intact." Fritz's relief was evident. "Good," he said simply. "She's a talented young woman and deserves better than to be caught up in someone else's dishonesty." He began loading a tray with small portions of various delicacies, the mushroom risotto naturally, but also thin slices of pâté on toast points, a selection of cheeses that had been aging to perfection in the brownstone cellar, and what appeared to be miniature cream puffs filled with something that smelled of vanilla and cognac. "Will you tell me what happened?" Fritz asked as he arranged the items with the careful attention to presentation that marked everything he did. "I confess my curiosity has been thoroughly aroused." Archie settled into his familiar chair and related the evening's deductions. Wolfe's reading of the wine stains and handwriting, the identification of Marie-Louise through her initials and Fritz's own observations, and the final revelation of Henri Larocque's attempted theft of Marco's precious recipes. Fritz listened with the absorbed attention of someone who understood that in the world of professional kitchens, such betrayals cut deeper than mere theft of money or property. "Recipes," Fritz murmured when Archie had finished. "In the wrong hands, they become mere instructions. But when they are stolen—" He shook his head sadly. "It is like stealing someone's memories, their connection to all the chefs who came before them." The cook's words captured something that Archie had sensed but not quite articulated, the reason why Marie-Louise's desperation had been so palpable in her hastily scrawled message. She had witnessed not just theft, but a kind of cultural vandalism, the breaking of an unspoken trust that bound the culinary world together across generations and continents. "Mr. Wolfe will want to hear your perspective on this," Archie said. "He has great respect for your understanding of kitchen politics." Fritz smiled at the compliment, but his expression remained thoughtful. "In Vienna, when I was learning my trade, my master chef had a saying, 'A recipe shared is a gift, but a recipe stolen is a curse. It will never taste right for the thief.' Henri Larocque will discover this truth soon enough." They climbed the stairs together, Fritz carrying his perfectly arranged tray with the steady grace of someone who had navigated the brownstone steps countless times, while balancing far more precarious loads. The building seemed to exhale contentment around them, its walls holding the gentle warmth of a mystery solved and a crisis averted. Wolfe accepted the tray with the reverence he accorded all of Fritz's culinary creations, but Archie noticed that his attention was already drifting back to the book he had set aside earlier, the treatise on Byzantine architecture that had been interrupted by the evening's adventure. This was Wolfe's way of indicating that the case in his mind was closed. The mystery had been solved, justice would be served, and it was time to return to the more fundamental pleasures of learning and contemplation. "Fritz," Wolfe said before the cook could leave, "your insight regarding Marie-Louise's character proved invaluable. Her willingness to risk her own position to protect Marco's trust speaks well of the values you both share." Fritz inclined his head in acknowledgement, but Archie could see the pleasure the compliment brought him. In the carefully ordered world of the brownstone, such recognition from Wolfe carried particular weight, not because the detective was stingy with praise, but because his standards were so exacting that earned approval felt like a genuine achievement. After Fritz had returned to the kitchen, presumably to complete his own preparations for the night, Archie found himself reluctant to leave the warm circle of light around Wolfe's desk. The evening's mystery had been modest in scope. No murders, no life-threatening danger, no complex criminal conspiracies, but it had possessed a completeness that was deeply satisfying. Every clue had led naturally to the next, every deduction had built logically on the last, and the solution had protected the innocent while exposing the guilty. "What made you so certain it was industrial espionage rather than simple curiosity?" Archie asked, settling back into his chair with a cream puff that proved to be every bit as delicious as its aroma had promised. Wolfe considered the question while sampling Fritz's pâté, his expression that of a connoisseur encountering a familiar but always welcome pleasure. The urgency in Marie-Louise's handwriting suggested immediate danger rather than long-term concern, he said finally. If Henri had been merely studying Marco's techniques for his own improvement, she would have had time to approach the situation more deliberately. The fact that she felt compelled to reach out for help so quickly suggested that she had discovered something that posed an immediate threat. The plan to photograph or copy the recipes? More than that, Wolfe replied. I suspect she overheard a conversation, or saw evidence that Henri was preparing to leave Marco's employ and take the stolen recipes with him. Tuesday's failed coq au vin was likely Henri's test run, his attempt to verify that he had copied the traditional technique correctly before putting his plan into action. The detective paused to sip his beer, and Archie could see him working through the implications of his own deductions. When the sauce failed so spectacularly that Marco had to discard the entire preparation, Henri would have known that his theft had been discovered, or at least that his competence with the stolen techniques was suspect. That would have accelerated his timeline considerably. So Marie-Louise was racing against the clock. Precisely. She knew that Henri would soon realize his position was untenable and would likely disappear with whatever he had managed to steal. By bringing the matter to my attention through such an ingenious puzzle, she ensured that the theft would be discovered and stopped before any real damage could be done. Archie nodded, appreciating once again the layers of human psychology that lay beneath even the simplest mysteries. Marie-Louise had found herself in an impossible situation, knowing that something wrong was happening but unable to act directly without risking her own livelihood and safety. Her solution had been to create a trail of evidence that would lead an outside investigator to the truth while keeping her own involvement hidden. It was quite clever of her to use the menu as her message system, he observed. She knew you dined at Rusterman's regularly and would recognise the significance of the wine stains and the crossed-out dish. More than clever, Wolfe agreed. It demonstrated a sophisticated understanding of how evidence can be made to tell a story. The menu provided context. The wine stain suggested the emotional state of the person who had handled it, and the cryptic message in the margins offered just enough information to point me in the right direction without making explicit accusations. The brownstone settled around them with the gentle creaks and sighs of a building that had sheltered countless conversations and confidences over the decades. In the distance, Archie could hear Fritz moving about the kitchen, completing his nightly ritual of ensuring that everything was perfectly prepared for the next day's meals. The sound was deeply comforting, evidence of the continuing cycles of domestic life that provided stability and continuity even in a world where mysteries appeared without warning in the form of crumpled menus. I suppose Marco will want to thank you, Archie said, finishing the last of his cream puff and contemplating the wisdom of sampling one of Fritz's cheese selections. I suspect he will express his gratitude by ensuring that our future meals at Rusterman's are prepared with even greater care than usual, Wolfe replied. which, considering Marco's already exemplary standards, represents a form of appreciation that I find far more meaningful than mere words. The detective's response reminded Archie of one of the things he most appreciated about working for Wolfe, the man's ability to find genuine satisfaction in the subtle pleasures of life. For Wolfe, the prospect of slightly superior meals was not a small reward, but a significant one, evidence of respect between professionals who understood that excellence in any field required constant attention to detail. What about Marie-Louise? Should we let her know that her message was received and acted upon? Wolfe considered this. I think not directly. Word will reach her soon enough through the natural channels of kitchen gossip. Henri's departure, Marco's increased vigilance regarding his recipe collection, perhaps even a small gesture of appreciation for her dedication to the restaurant. What about Marie-Louise? Should we let her know that her message was received and acted upon? She will understand that her message accomplished its purpose without ever having to acknowledge that she sent it. The perfect crime in reverse, Archie mused. Instead of trying to commit a wrong without being caught, she managed to prevent a wrong without being identified. An apt analogy, Wolfe agreed, and one that suggests she has the sort of creative intelligence that will serve her well as she advances in her chosen profession. Marco is fortunate to have someone of her calibre in his kitchen. The rain had stopped completely now, leaving behind only the peaceful sound of water dripping steadily from the eaves and the occasional splash of a late car navigating the wet streets. The city was settling into its quietest hours, not truly silent, for New York was never that, but muted and contemplative, as if even the great metropolis needed time to process the day's events before beginning the cycle anew. Archie glanced at the crumpled menu still lying on Wolfe's desk like a discarded prop from an evening's entertainment. In a few hours it would probably find its way into the wastepaper basket, its brief moment of significance over. But for now it remained as evidence of the evening's small victory, proof that justice could be served and wrongs prevented through nothing more than careful observation, logical deduction, and the kind of courage that chose to act indirectly rather than not at all. You know, he said, in all the mystery novels I've read, the detective usually has to leave his comfortable chair and chase around the city gathering clues. But you managed to solve this entire case without ever moving more than 10 feet from your desk. Wolfe's smile was one of unrepentant satisfaction. The advantage of developing a reputation for omniscience, he replied, is that people bring their mysteries directly to you, complete with all the evidence necessary for solution. Marie-Louise's menu contained everything I needed to know. I simply had to learn how to read it properly. And if she hadn't been clever enough to create such an elegant puzzle, then Henri Larocque would have succeeded in his theft. Marco would have suffered the loss of his culinary heritage, and a promising young cook would have been forced to choose between her principles and her livelihood. Wolfe's expression grew more serious. The successful resolution of this matter depended entirely on Marie-Louise's intelligence and courage. I was merely the instrument she chose to play her particular melody of justice. The detective's words reminded Archie of another reason why he continued to find their work together satisfying despite all its frustrations. Wolfe never claimed credit that belonged to others, never diminished the contributions of those who brought their problems to his attention. His role, as he saw it, was to serve as a lens that could focus the available evidence into a clear picture of truth. But the evidence itself always came from people who had the wisdom to observe and the courage to act. Fritz appeared in the doorway, his tall frame silhouetted against the warm light from the hallway. "Gentlemen," he said softly, "I've finished in the kitchen and am retiring for the evening. Is there anything else you require?" "Nothing, thank you," Wolfe replied. "And Fritz, my compliments on the evening's refreshments. The risotto in particular was a masterpiece." Fritz inclined his head gracefully. "You're very kind. Sleep well, both of you." As the cook's footsteps faded down the hallway, Archie realised that the brownstone was settling into its nighttime rhythm. The building seemed to breathe more slowly now, its daytime energy giving way to the deeper peace that came with the small hours. Even Wolfe appeared to be winding down, his attention drifting back to his book with the gentle satisfaction of a man whose mind had been well exercised and was now ready for more contemplative pleasures. I suppose I should let you get back to your Byzantine architecture, Archie said, rising from his chair and stretching muscles that had grown comfortable in the warm office. Actually, Wolfe replied, I find myself more inclined towards something lighter, perhaps a volume of poetry, or one of Rex Stout's mysteries. The mind, after solving one puzzle, sometimes craves the pleasure of watching someone else work through theirs. Archie grinned at the reference. Wolfe's occasional admission that he enjoyed reading about fictional detectives, particularly those who, unlike himself, were willing to leave their offices and actively investigate crimes. It was one of the small vanities that made the great detective seem more human, this secret appreciation for colleagues who chose more energetic approaches to their profession. Good night then, Archie said, pausing at the door, and thank you for a very satisfying evening's work. Thank you, Archie. Your observations and inquiries were, as always, invaluable. And please give my regards to Mary Louise should you encounter her at Rosterman's in the future. Courage and intelligence deserve recognition, even when they must remain unspoken. Archie made his way to his own room, leaving Wolfe surrounded by the golden circle of his reading lamp, the crumpled menu a silent testament to the evening's small victory on his desk. The brownstone felt deeply peaceful around him, not the empty quiet of an abandoned building, but the rich silence of a place where good work had been done and rest had been earned. In his room, Archie prepared for bed with the satisfaction that came from a day that had ended better than it began. The city outside continued its restless motion, but within the thick walls of the brownstone all was order and contentment. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new mysteries, new opportunities to apply intelligence and compassion to the endless puzzle of human behaviour. But for now, it was enough to know that somewhere in the city, a young French cook could sleep peacefully, secure in the knowledge that her courage had been rewarded and her principles vindicated. The rain had stopped entirely, leaving behind only the gentle whisper of water finding its way to the gutters and storm drains. It was the sound of the city cleaning itself, washing away the day's accumulated dust and worry, preparing for the fresh possibilities that morning would bring. In the kitchen below, the last of Fritz's preparations would be cooling slowly, ready to welcome the new day with the promise of nourishment and care. And in the front office, Nero Wolfe would read until his eyes grew heavy, surrounded by the books and orchids and carefully maintained comforts that made his hermit's existence not just tolerable, but deeply satisfying. The crumpled menu would remain on his desk until morning, when it would finally make its way to the wastepaper basket, its story told, its purpose served, its small mystery solved through nothing more than careful attention and the willingness to believe that every detail, no matter how insignificant it might appear, contained within itself the seeds of larger truths. Outside, the great city settled into its version of sleep, not the complete stillness of smaller places, but the gentler rhythm that came when even New York admitted that some rest was necessary before the next day's adventures could begin. The streetlights continued their faithful vigil, casting pools of warm light that would guide late travellers safely home. The bridges stretched their arms across the dark rivers, connecting borough to borough, dream to dream, story to story in the endless tapestry of urban life. In Rusterman's kitchen, the staff would be completing their own nightly rituals, cleaning the last pans, securing the valuable ingredients, preparing for tomorrow's service. Mary Louise would work quietly among them, her secret safe, her conscience clear, her position secure because she had found the wisdom to seek help, rather than try to solve an impossible problem alone. The traditional recipes would remain protected, the kitchen's trust preserved, the delicate balance between tradition and innovation maintained through the careful intervention of those who understood that some things were too precious to lose to mere greed. And Henri Larocque? By morning he would likely have discovered that his employment at Rusterman's was no longer secure, his theft discovered, his reputation in the culinary world damaged perhaps beyond repair. The recipes he had tried to steal would prove useless to him, not just because he lacked the skill to execute them properly, but because stolen knowledge, as Fritz had observed, carried its own curse. Food prepared without love, without respect for tradition, without understanding of the deeper meanings behind the techniques, would never achieve the transcendence that marked truly great cuisine. The brownstone exhaled contentment, its daily dramas resolved, its residents settling into the peaceful sleep that came to those whose consciences were clear and whose work was done. In the plant rooms above, Wolfe's orchids continued their silent dance of growth and beauty, each bloom a testament to the rewards of patience and careful attention. In the kitchen, tomorrow's bread dough would begin its slow rise, transforming simple ingredients into something that would nourish both body and soul. The night deepened around them all, detective and assistant, cook and client, the innocent and the guilty alike, wrapping the city in darkness that was not empty but full of possibility. Morning would come, as it always did, bringing new mysteries and new chances to apply intelligence and compassion to the endless puzzle of human behaviour. But for now, in the gentle hours before dawn, all was peace and order and the quiet satisfaction that came from knowing that justice, even in small matters, had been properly served. The crumpled menu would find its way to the wastepaper basket with the morning light, but the story it had told would remain, a reminder that every detail contained the possibility of revelation, that every mystery, no matter how small, deserved careful attention, and that courage and intelligence properly applied could protect what was precious and punish what was wrong without ever raising a voice or lifting a hand in anger. In the end, that was perhaps the most satisfying aspect of the evening's small adventure, not just that the mystery had been solved, but that it had been solved gently, with respect for all the parties involved and with minimal disruption to the delicate relationships that made civilized life possible. The guilty would face consequences proportionate to their crimes, the innocent would be protected from harm, and the careful balance between justice and mercy would be maintained. It was, Archie reflected as sleep finally claimed him, exactly the sort of case that made their work together not just professionally satisfying, but personally meaningful. In a world that often seemed to reward cynicism and selfishness, it was deeply gratifying to discover that courage and intelligence still had the power to make things right, one crumpled menu at a time. The morning sun filtered through the brownstone's windows with the gentle persistence of light that knew it had all day to accomplish its work. There was no urgency in its arrival, no harsh insistence that night surrender immediately to day. Instead, it crept slowly across the floors and walls, painting everything with a soft gold that made even the most ordinary objects seem touched with quiet magic. Archie woke to the familiar sounds of Fritz beginning the day's culinary rituals in the kitchen below, the gentle percussion of chopping, the whisper of flame beneath copper pots, the soft clink of porcelain as breakfast preparations took shape with the precision of a well-rehearsed symphony. These were the sounds that had marked his mornings for years now, as reliable as clockwork and infinitely more pleasant than any mechanical alarm. The crumpled menu still lay on Wolfe's desk when Archie descended to the office, though he suspected it wouldn't remain there much longer. The detective was already in his chair, dressed in his customary yellow shirt and brown suit, a cup of Fritz's perfect coffee steaming gently at his elbow. His attention was focused on the morning newspaper, which he read with the same methodical thoroughness he brought to everything else. "Good morning," Archie said, settling into his own chair with a cup of coffee that Fritz had somehow anticipated and prepared to exactly the right temperature. "Any word from Marco about last night's revelations?" Wolfe looked up from his paper, his small dark eyes bright with satisfaction. Indeed. He called an hour ago to report that Henri Larocque submitted his resignation effective immediately. Apparently the prospect of explaining his after-hours activities to his employer proved too daunting to contemplate. Just like that? No confrontation, no dramatic denials. It would seem that Henri possessed at least enough intelligence to recognize when his position had become untenable, Wolfe replied, folding his newspaper with the precise creases that marked all his movements. Marco also mentioned that he had examined his recipe collection and found evidence of photographing on several pages, faint impressions left by the camera's pressure, tiny tears where pages had been handled more roughly than usual. Archie nodded, unsurprised by this confirmation of Wolfe's deductions. The detective's ability to extrapolate a complete narrative from minimal evidence never ceased to amaze him, though he had long since stopped questioning the process and learned simply to appreciate the results. What about Marie-Louise? Any word about her situation? Marco plans to offer her a promotion to senior sauce cook, along with a modest increase in salary, Wolfe said, his voice carrying a note of approval. He was quite impressed by what he described as her evident dedication to the restaurant's values, though of course he has no idea how that dedication manifested itself. The morning light continued its slow progression across the office, illuminating dust motes that danced in the air like tiny stars. Outside, the city was beginning its daily transformation from the contemplative creature of night to the energetic beast of commerce and industry. The sounds were different now. The rumble of delivery trucks, the calling of vendors setting up their stalls, the quick footsteps of early commuters beginning their trek to offices and shops throughout the 5 boroughs. But inside the brownstone, time still moved at its own measured pace. This was one of the things Archie most appreciated about their unusual domestic arrangement. The way it created a pocket of calm in the midst of the city's perpetual motion, a place where mysteries could be solved through pure thought, rather than frantic activity. "I suppose we should add this to the files," he said, gesturing toward the crumpled menu. "Though I'm not sure what category it belongs in. Cases solved without leaving the office. Mysteries delivered by mail slot." Wolfe considered this with mock seriousness. "Perhaps simply culinary correspondence," he suggested. "It has a certain dignity that befits the elegance of Marie-Louise's solution." The detective rose from his chair with the deliberate movements that marked his transitions between activities. In a few minutes, he would make his way to the plant rooms for his morning communion with the orchids. 2 hours of carefully regulated temperature and humidity, during which the outside world effectively ceased to exist. It was a ritual as fixed as the sunrise, and one that Archie had learned to respect even when it occasionally interfered with more urgent matters. "Will you be available this afternoon?" Archie asked. "I thought I might stop by Rusterman's for lunch and see how things are settling down." "An excellent idea," Wolfe agreed. "And if you encounter Marie-Louise, please convey my compliments on her resourcefulness. Anonymously, of course." "Of course, though I suspect she'll know exactly where the compliments are coming from." Wolfe paused at the door, his hand resting on the frame with the gentle weight of a man completely at peace with his surroundings. "That," he said, "is precisely what makes her so well suited to her chosen profession. The best cooks understand that the most important ingredients are often the ones that remain invisible to the diner." After Wolfe had departed for the plant rooms, Archie found himself alone with the morning and the crumpled menu. He picked up the paper, studying once again the wine stains and desperate handwriting that had seemed so mysterious the night before. In the clear light of morning, with the case solved and justice served, it looked like nothing more than what it was, a piece of restaurant refuse, slightly stained and definitely past its useful life. But appearances, as he had learned during his years with Wolfe, were almost always deceiving. The most ordinary objects could conceal extraordinary stories, and the most insignificant details could unlock the most complex mysteries. Marie-Louise had understood this when she chose a crumpled menu as her messenger, trusting that someone with the right kind of vision would be able to read the story it contained. He placed the menu gently in the filing cabinet, not in any particular category, but simply as a reminder that solutions to problems often came from unexpected directions. Then he settled back in his chair with his coffee and the morning paper, content to let the day unfold at its own pace, while the brownstone breathed quietly around him. The newspaper was full of the usual mixture of international tensions and local politics, crime reports and society gossip. But somehow, after the previous evening's gentle mystery, even the most dramatic headlines seemed less urgent, less threatening. Perhaps it was the knowledge that somewhere in the city, a young cook was beginning her day with renewed confidence in her position and her principles. Or perhaps it was simply the satisfaction that came from knowing that not all of life's problems required grand gestures or dramatic solutions. Sometimes wisdom and courage were enough. Fritz appeared in the doorway carrying a silver tray that held what appeared to be a single perfect croissant, accompanied by butter that had been sculpted into a small rose and jam that gleamed like liquid rubies. "I thought you might enjoy a small breakfast," he said, setting the tray on Archie's desk with the care of someone presenting a work of art. "This looks almost too beautiful to eat," Archie observed, though he was already reaching for the croissant. The pastry was warm from the oven, its layers flaking apart at the slightest touch to reveal an interior that was both tender and substantial. "Beauty," Fritz replied with the gentle philosophy that marked his approach to both cooking and life, "is meant to be experienced, not merely admired. A meal that cannot be enjoyed is no meal at all." The croissant was, predictably, perfect, buttery without being heavy, complex without being complicated, satisfying in the way that only food prepared with genuine care could be. As Archie ate, Fritz busied himself with small tasks around the office, straightening books that didn't need straightening, adjusting curtains that were already perfectly hung. It was his way of ensuring that every detail of their domestic universe remained in harmony. "Fritz," Archie said between bites, "what do you think will happen to Henry? I mean, after he leaves Rustermann's?" The cook paused in his unnecessary tidying, his weathered face thoughtful. "In our profession," he said slowly, "reputation is everything. Word will spread quickly through the restaurant community. Perhaps not the specific details, but the general understanding that Henri Larac is not to be trusted with sensitive responsibilities." "That seems harsh." "Perhaps," Fritz agreed, "but also necessary. A kitchen is built on trust. Trust between the chef and his staff, between the cooks and the servers, between the restaurant and its customers. When someone violates that trust," he shrugged eloquently, "the consequences extend far beyond the immediate crime." Fritz's words reminded Archie of something Wolfe had said during one of their philosophical discussions about justice and punishment. The detective had argued that the most effective consequences for wrongdoing were often not legal penalties but social ones. The loss of reputation, the breaking of professional relationships, the quiet but inexorable exclusion from communities that valued integrity above mere competence. "What about Marie-Louise?" Archie asked. "Will her colleagues figure out what she did?" "Some might suspect," Fritz replied. "But suspicion is not certainty, and those who understand kitchens will also understand why she felt compelled to act. Her promotion will be seen as recognition of her skill and dedication, which is exactly what it should be." The morning sun had climbed higher now, filling the office with the warm, steady light that made reading a pleasure and thinking a joy. From somewhere in the city came the distant sound of church bells marking the hour. Not the urgent clangor of alarm bells, but the measured bronze voices that reminded the hurried world that some rhythms were older and more fundamental than the frantic pace of modern life. Archie finished his breakfast and settled back with the newspaper, but found his attention drifting from the printed words to the peaceful sounds of the brownstone around him. Fritz's quiet movements in the kitchen, the gentle tick of the grandfather clock in the hall, the almost inaudible whisper of forced air circulating through the heating system, all combined to create a symphony of domestic contentment that was more restful than any music. In the plant rooms above, Wolfe would be moving slowly among his orchids, checking each plant for signs of new growth or potential problems, adjusting temperature and humidity with the precision of a scientist and the reverence of a priest. It was during these morning sessions that some of his most brilliant deductions occurred, as if the act of caring for living beauty freed his mind to make connections that escaped more conventional thinking. The telephone rang with the gentle insistence of a device that knew its place in the household hierarchy. Archie answered with his customary greeting, already suspecting who might be calling at this hour. "Mr. Goodwin." The voice was unfamiliar but carried the slight accent that suggested European origins. "This is Marie-Louise Dubois. I work at Rustermann's restaurant." "Good morning, Miss Dubois," Archie replied, keeping his voice carefully neutral. "How can I help you?" There was a pause, and when she spoke again her words carried a mixture of gratitude and uncertainty. "I wanted to thank someone for helping with the situation at the restaurant. I'm not sure who, exactly, but I thought perhaps—" "I'm afraid I don't understand," Archie said gently. "Are you sure you have the right number?" Another pause, longer this time, then, "Yes," she said softly. "I believe I do." Please tell whoever needs to know that the situation has been resolved satisfactorily. The kitchen is peaceful again." "I'll be sure to pass along the message," Archie assured her. "Thank you, and please, if there is ever anything I can do in return—" "I don't think that will be necessary," Archie said, "but the offer is appreciated." After she hung up, Archie sat back in his chair, smiling at the elegant completion of the previous evening's circle. Mary Louise had found a way to express her gratitude without explicitly acknowledging what had transpired, just as she had found a way to seek help without making direct accusations. It was a level of sophistication that spoke well of her intelligence and her understanding of the delicate social mechanisms that governed professional relationships. Fritz appeared in the doorway, apparently drawn by some instinct that told him the telephone call had been significant. "News from Rustamans?" he asked. "Our mysterious correspondent wanted to express her appreciation," Archie replied. "She seems to understand that some debts are best acknowledged indirectly." "A wise young woman," Fritz observed. "She will go far in her profession if she continues to balance courage with discretion." The cook's words carried the weight of experience, and Archie found himself reflecting on the various forms that wisdom could take. In Wolfe's case, it manifested as the ability to see patterns where others saw only chaos. In Fritz's case, it appeared as an understanding of how to create harmony from diverse, whether in a source or in the complex relationships that governed domestic life. And in Mary Louise's case, it had taken the form of knowing when and how to ask for help, without compromising her own position or endangering others. The morning progressed with the unhurried rhythm that marked all peaceful days in the brownstone. Fritz returned to his kitchen to begin preparations for lunch, the sounds of his work providing a gentle counterpoint to the city's awakening energy outside. Archie worked through the morning mail, which contained the usual mixture of bills, advertisements, and occasional inquiries from potential clients whose problems seemed unlikely to capture Wolfe's interest. At precisely 11 o'clock, Wolfe descended from the plant rooms with the satisfied expression of a man who had spent 2 hours in communion with beauty and order. His morning ritual had clearly been productive. The slight smile that played at the corners of his mouth suggested that some new insight or observation had pleased him during his time among the orchids. "Any developments in our culinary mystery?" he asked, settling into his chair with the solid satisfaction of a man returning to his natural habitat. "Marie-Louise called to express her anonymous gratitude," Archie reported. "She seemed to understand that acknowledgement should be as indirect as the original request for help." "Excellent," Wolfe replied. "It confirms my assessment of her character. Intelligence without wisdom is merely clever. Wisdom without courage is merely cautious. She possesses both qualities in admirable proportion." The detective reached for the morning mail, which Archie had arranged in the precise order that Wolfe preferred. Personal correspondence first, then business matters, finally the various publications and catalogues that arrived with clockwork regularity. It was a small ritual, but one that helped maintain the sense of order that was essential to Wolfe's productivity. "I've been thinking about the technical aspects of Henri's theft," Archie said, settling back in his chair with a fresh cup of Fritz's coffee. "How exactly does someone steal recipes in a professional kitchen? It's not like he could walk out with Marco's notebooks under his arm." Wolfe looked up from a letter he was examining, his expression interested. "An excellent question, and one that illuminates the sophistication of modern culinary espionage. In the past, such theft would have required laboriously copying recipes by hand, a process that would have been both time-consuming and likely to be discovered." The detective set down his letter and turned his full attention to the question, clearly pleased to have an opportunity to explore the technical details of the case. Today, however, a small camera can capture an entire page in seconds, with resolution sufficient to preserve even the finest details of handwriting. Henri could have photographed dozens of recipes during his brief after-hours visits to Marco's office. But wouldn't Marco have noticed if pages were missing or damaged? Hence the sophistication of Henri's approach, Wolfe replied. He was not stealing the physical recipes, but creating copies while leaving the originals apparently undisturbed. The only evidence would have been the subtle signs that Marco discovered, slight impressions left by the camera's pressure, minor tears from hasty handling. Archie nodded, appreciating once again the layers of planning that had gone into Henri's scheme. so he was probably building up a complete collection before making his move. Precisely, and he would have succeeded if not for Marie-Louise's expertise with traditional sources. Her recognition that Tuesday's coq au vin was prepared incorrectly revealed that someone was attempting to use Marco's techniques without proper understanding. The telephone rang again, and this time the caller was Marco himself, his distinctive voice carrying an undertone of relief mixed with curiosity. "Nero," he said without preamble, "I wanted to thank you again for last night's assistance. The situation has been resolved with minimal disruption to the restaurant's operations." "I'm pleased to hear it," Wolfe replied. "And Marie-Louise? I trust her position remains secure?" "More than secure," Marco assured him. "I have promoted her to senior source cook, effective immediately. Her dedication to traditional techniques deserves recognition and reward." "An excellent decision. She possesses the rare combination of skill and integrity that marks the finest practitioners of any craft." There was a pause, and when Marco spoke again, his voice carried the weight of genuine puzzlement. "Nero, I must ask, how did you know about the situation? Your call came at precisely the right moment, but I had mentioned the problem to no one." Wolfe's eyes met Archie's across the office, a moment of shared understanding passing between them. "Sometimes," the detective said carefully, "problems have a way of announcing themselves to those who know how to listen. The important thing is that justice was served, and your restaurant's integrity preserved." "Indeed," Marco agreed, though his tone suggested that Wolfe's explanation had not entirely satisfied his curiosity. "Well, whatever the source of your information, I am grateful for your intervention. Henri's departure will cause some short-term disruption, but it is far preferable to the alternative." After the call ended, Wolfe sat back in his chair with the expression of a man who had completed a satisfying piece of work. The case of the Crumpled menu was officially closed, its various threads neatly woven together into a conclusion that protected the innocent, punished the guilty, and restored the natural order of things. "Lunch at Rusterman's," Archie suggested. "I'd like to see how things are settling down, and Fritz mentioned that Marco has been experimenting with a new preparation of duck that sounds worth investigating." "An excellent suggestion," Wolfe agreed, "and it will provide an opportunity to observe Marie-Louise in her new role. I confess to some curiosity about how she will adapt to increased responsibilities." The prospect of lunch at Rusterman's was always appealing, but today it carried the additional satisfaction of visiting a scene where justice had been quietly served and proper order restored. As they prepared to leave the brownstone, Archie reflected on the strange alchemy that had transformed a piece of crumpled paper into a complete solution to a complex problem. The walk to Rusterman's took them through streets that were fully awake now, alive with the energy of a city in full commercial swing. Vendors called their wares from sidewalk stands, delivery trucks rumbled past with their loads of goods and provisions, and pedestrians moved with the purposeful stride of people who had places to be and things to accomplish. But for Archie and Wolfe, there was no urgency in their progress. They moved at Wolfe's unhurried pace, pausing occasionally to examine a particularly interesting window display, or to observe some small drama of urban life unfolding on the crowded sidewalks. This was another of the pleasures of their partnership. The way Wolfe's refusal to be hurried created space for observation and reflection that most people missed in their rush through daily life. Rusterman's occupied a narrow building on a side street that might have been overlooked by casual passers-by, but its reputation drew a steady stream of discerning diners who valued excellence over ostentation. The restaurant's exterior was understated, a simple wooden door flanked by windows that revealed glimpses of white tablecloths and the warm glow of carefully arranged lighting. Inside, the lunch service was in full swing, but the controlled chaos of a professional kitchen was invisible to the diners enjoying their meals in the elegant dining room. Marco greeted them personally, his relief at the previous day's resolution evident in his more relaxed manner and genuine smile. "Welcome," he said, guiding them to their usual table near the window. "I have taken the liberty of preparing something special for your lunch, a small token of my appreciation for your assistance." The meal that followed was exemplary, even by Rusterman's exacting standards. Each course revealed new layers of flavour and technique, from the delicate amuse-bouche that opened the meal to the perfectly aged cheese that concluded it. But it was the sauce work that drew Archie's particular attention, each preparation showing a level of sophistication and understanding that spoke of genuine mastery. Marie-Louise's influence is already evident, Wolfe observed quietly, sampling a sauce that accompanied the main course with obvious appreciation. This demonstrates not just technical skill, but an understanding of how traditional techniques can be adapted to enhance modern preparations. As if summoned by their conversation, Marie-Louise herself appeared at their table, wearing the white jacket that marked her new position, and carrying herself with the quiet confidence of someone who had found her proper place in the world. She was younger than Archie had expected, perhaps 25, with dark hair pulled back in a practical style, and eyes that held both intelligence and determination. "Gentlemen," she said with a slight bow, "I wanted to personally ensure that your meal met with your satisfaction." "It exceeded our expectations," Wolfe replied gravely. "Your work honours both your training and the traditions you have inherited." A faint blush coloured her cheeks at the compliment, but her response was professional. "You're very kind. I am fortunate to work in a kitchen that values both innovation and respect for classical methods." "Indeed," Wolfe agreed, "and I suspect that combination will serve you well as you advance in your career." There was a moment of silence during which Archie thought he detected a flicker of recognition in Marie-Louise's eyes, a sense that she understood exactly who they were and why their praise carried particular weight. But when she spoke again, her words were carefully neutral. "If there is anything else you require, please do not hesitate to ask," she said, bowing again before returning to the kitchen. "She knows," Archie said quietly after she'd gone. "Of course she knows," Wolfe replied. "Intelligence of her calibre would naturally piece together the connection between her message and our presence here today, but she also understands that some knowledge is best left unspoken." They finished their meal in comfortable silence, savouring both the food and the satisfaction that came from witnessing justice quietly served. The restaurant around them hummed with the efficient energy of professionals who took pride in their work, and the knowledge that this harmony had been preserved through their intervention added an extra dimension of pleasure to the excellent meal. As they prepared to leave, Marco approached their table once more, his expression carrying a mixture of gratitude and continuing puzzlement. "Nero," he said quietly, "I hope you will continue to be a regular customer here. Your observations are always welcome." "You may count on it," Wolfe assured him. "Rusterman's represents the finest traditions of culinary excellence, and it deserves both support and protection." The walk back to the brownstone took them through the same streets they had traversed earlier, but now the city's rhythm had shifted to the more contemplative pace of early afternoon. The lunch crowds had dispersed, replaced by a more leisurely population of shoppers and strollers who moved without the urgent purpose that marked the morning's energy. "A successful conclusion," Wolfe observed as they climbed the front steps of the brownstone. "Justice served, order restored, and an excellent meal to mark the occasion. Plus a new appreciation for the complexity of culinary espionage," Archie added. "I had no idea that restaurant kitchens were such hotbeds of intrigue. Any profession that combines high stakes with close working relationships will inevitably generate both fierce loyalties and bitter conflicts," Wolfe replied, pausing at the front door to retrieve his keys. "The fact that food is both art and commerce only intensifies these dynamics." Inside, the brownstone welcomed them with its familiar embrace of ordered comfort. Fritz appeared from the kitchen, his timing as impeccable as always, ready with afternoon refreshments and genuine interest in their observations about the meal at Rusterman's. "Marie-Louise has already made her mark," Archie reported, settling into his chair with a cup of Fritz's perfect coffee. "The sauce work was exceptional, and her confidence seems to have grown considerably since yesterday." "Success builds upon success," Fritz observed with the wisdom of long experience. "When talented people are given proper opportunities, they rarely fail to exceed expectations." The afternoon settled around them with the peaceful rhythm that marked the best days in the brownstone. Time for reading and reflection, for small tasks accomplished without hurry, for the quiet satisfaction that came from work well done. The crumpled menu, now filed away among their completed cases, had served its purpose and passed into history, but the principles it represented, courage, intelligence, and the willingness to seek help when faced with impossible situations, remained as relevant as ever. As evening approached, bringing with it the promise of Fritz's exceptional dinner and another peaceful night in their ordered world, Archie reflected on the strange turns that had led them from a piece of restaurant refuse to a complete understanding of human motivation and professional ethics. It was, he thought, exactly the sort of small miracle that made their work together not just professionally rewarding, but personally satisfying. The city outside continued its endless dance of ambition and struggle, but inside the brownstone all was peace and contentment. The mystery of the crumpled menu had been solved, justice had been served, and the delicate balance between order and chaos had been maintained through nothing more than careful observation and the willingness to believe that every detail, no matter how small, contained within itself the seeds of larger truths. And in Rusterman's kitchen, Marie-Louise continued her work with renewed confidence, secure in the knowledge that courage and intelligence, properly applied, could protect what was precious and ensure that the finest traditions would be passed on to the next generation of those who understood that cooking was not just a profession, but a sacred trust between past and future, between teacher and student, between those who created and those who had the wisdom to preserve what was worth keeping. The brownstone breathed quietly around them all, its walls holding the gentle warmth of another mystery solved and another small victory for the forces of justice and order in a world that often seemed to reward neither. It was enough, Archie thought, as the day faded into peaceful evening, to know that some places still existed where intelligence and compassion could work together to make things right, one crumpled menu at a time. The evening light that filtered through the office windows carried the golden quality that photographers prized and painters tried desperately to capture. That brief moment when the sun's angle transformed ordinary rooms into something touched with magic. Dust motes danced in the slanted beams like tiny spirits celebrating the day's peaceful conclusion, and the familiar objects of their daily life, books, desk accessories, the comfortable chairs that had witnessed so many conversations, seemed to glow within a warmth. Fritz had outdone himself with dinner, presenting a meal that somehow managed to be both comforting and sophisticated, familiar and surprising. The soup course, alone, a velouté of chestnuts with a whisper of cognac, had demonstrated the same attention to traditional technique and modern sensibility that Marie-Louise was bringing to her work at Rusterman's. It was as if the evening's meal served as a gentle echo of the day's larger themes about respecting the past while embracing the future. "I've been thinking about tradition," Archie said, settling back in his chair with a glass of Fritz's carefully selected wine, "about how recipes and techniques get passed down from one generation to the next. It's not just about the ingredients and methods, is it?" Wolfe looked up from the book he'd been reading, a biography of Escoffier that seemed appropriate given the day's culinary focus. "Indeed not," he replied thoughtfully. "True culinary tradition encompasses not just technique but philosophy, not just method but meaning." When Marie-Louise recognized the flaws in Tuesday's sauce, she was drawing upon generations of accumulated wisdom about how things should be done. The detective paused to sip his wine, his expression growing more contemplative. Consider the broader implications of what Henri attempted. He was not merely stealing recipes. He was attempting to divorce technique from context, to extract the mechanical aspects of cooking, while ignoring the deeper understanding that gives those techniques their power. Fritz appeared in the doorway, drawn perhaps by their conversation, or simply by his instinct for when his presence might be welcome. He carried a tray with small glasses of something that caught the evening light like liquid amber. Cognac, Archie realised, aged to the perfect balance of smoothness and complexity. "Forgive the interruption," Fritz said, setting the tray on the side table with his customary grace. "But I could not help overhearing your discussion about culinary tradition. In my experience, the recipes that survive across generations do so not because they are written down, but because they are understood." "Explain," Wolfe requested, accepting his cognac with the reverence such excellence deserved. A recipe is only as good as the cook who prepares it, Fritz continued, settling into the third chair that had somehow appeared for these evening conversations. The same instructions, followed exactly by different people, will produce entirely different results. The difference lies not in the mechanical execution, but in the understanding of why each step matters, how each ingredient contributes to the whole. Archie found himself nodding as Fritz spoke. It was similar, he realised, to what they did in their detective work, following clues and logical deductions, but always guided by an understanding of human nature that couldn't be taught from textbooks or reduced to simple formulas. Henri's stolen recipes would have been useless to him in the long run, Fritz concluded. Without the context of training and tradition, without the deep understanding of how flavours work together and why certain techniques produce certain results, he would have been like a man trying to speak a foreign language by memorising individual words without understanding grammar or meaning. The cognac was exceptional, smooth enough to drink without dilution, but complex enough to reward careful attention. As they sat in the gathering dusk, their conversation turned to the broader questions that the day's small mystery had raised. How did knowledge pass from teacher to student? What was the difference between learning facts and gaining wisdom? Why did some traditions endure while others faded into obscurity? In detective work, Wolfe observed, we encounter the same phenomenon. Young investigators often focus on learning techniques, how to gather evidence, how to conduct interviews, how to analyse data. But the most successful practitioners understand that these are merely tools. The art lies in knowing when and how to apply them, in recognising patterns that others miss, in understanding the human motivations that drive people to extraordinary actions. The office had grown darker as they talked, the golden evening light giving way to the deeper blue of approaching night. Fritz had lit the lamps with his usual attention to creating exactly the right atmosphere. Not too bright to disturb contemplation, not so dim as to strain the eyes. The warm pools of light created intimate spaces within the larger room, encouraging conversation while preserving the peaceful sense of enclosure that made the brownstone such a refuge from the world's complexities. Marie-Louise demonstrated that understanding today, Archie said. She could have simply reported what she saw, or tried to handle the situation herself. Instead, she found a way to ensure that the right people would discover the truth while protecting herself and avoiding direct confrontation. Precisely, Wolfe agreed. She understood that the most elegant solutions often require patience and indirection. Direct action is sometimes necessary, but it should never be the first resort when subtlety can achieve the same result with less risk of unintended consequences. From somewhere in the building came the gentle sound of settling timbers, the quiet creak that old houses made as they adjusted to the changing temperature of evening. It was a comforting sound, speaking of solidity and permanence in a world that often seemed to change too quickly for human comfort. The brownstone had sheltered countless conversations like this one, witnessed the resolution of dozens of mysteries both large and small, provided a stable foundation for the careful work of understanding and justice. Fritz rose to adjust the curtains, shutting out the last of the day's light and creating a sense of complete enclosure. The gesture transformed the office from a room that happened to be occupied in the evening to a genuine sanctuary, a place set apart from the concerns of the outside world, where ideas could be explored without urgency, and understanding could develop at its own pace. I wonder what Henri is doing tonight, Archie mused. Whether he's figured out yet that his theft was discovered, or if he's still planning to use those stolen recipes somewhere. I suspect, Wolfe replied, that he received a very clear indication of his situation when Marco accepted his resignation without protest. Most employers would at least make some effort to retain a trained cook, even one they had doubts about. The fact that Marco let him go immediately would have sent an unmistakable message. And the photographs he took, the stolen recipes? Worthless to him now, Fritz interjected. Even if he attempts to use them elsewhere, word will spread through the restaurant community. Our profession is smaller than outsiders realise, and news of this kind of betrayal travels quickly. No reputable establishment will risk hiring someone known to steal proprietary information. The cook's words carried the weight of long experience in the close-knit world of professional kitchens. It was easy for outsiders to imagine that restaurants operated as isolated businesses, competing only through advertising and location. But the reality was far more complex, a web of relationships, shared training, and mutual respect that made reputation far more valuable than any individual recipe or technique. Justice served through social consequences rather than legal penalties, Wolfe observed with satisfaction. Often the most effective form of punishment, because it addresses the underlying relationship between individual actions and community trust. The conversation drifted to other topics as the evening deepened. Books they had read, places they had travelled, small observations about human nature that had accumulated over years of careful attention to the world around them. It was the kind of unhurried discussion that was only possible in places like the Brownstone, where time moved at its own pace, and interruptions were discouraged by mutual agreement. As the clock in the hall chimed 10, Archie found himself thinking about the cyclical nature of their days. Each morning brought new possibilities, letters in the mail, phone calls from potential clients, the chance that some interesting mystery might walk through their front door. Each evening brought reflection and consolidation, the opportunity to process what had been learned and prepare for whatever tomorrow might bring. "Do you ever wonder," he asked, "what would happen if we ran out of mysteries? If everyone suddenly became completely honest and law-abiding, and there was no more need for detective work?" Wolfe smiled at the question, his expression suggesting that he had considered this possibility before. "I think," he said slowly, "that human nature makes such a scenario highly unlikely, but if it were to occur, I suspect we would find other outlets for our particular skills. The ability to observe carefully, to think logically, and to understand human motivation has applications far beyond criminal investigation." "Such as?" "Historical research, perhaps. Literary analysis. The examination of any complex system where careful observation and logical deduction might reveal hidden patterns or unexpected connections." Wolfe paused to consider his own words. "Though I confess I would miss the satisfaction of seeing justice served through our efforts." Fritz had been listening to their conversation with the attentive silence that marked his participation in these evening discussions. Now he spoke, his voice carrying the gentle wisdom that came from decades of observing human nature from the unique vantage point of someone who fed people and made them comfortable. "In my opinion," he said, "there will always be mysteries because there will always be people who don't understand themselves completely. Even when no crimes are committed, even when everyone acts with good intentions, there will still be confusion, misunderstanding, the need for someone to step back and see the larger pattern that the participants cannot perceive from within the situation." "An interesting perspective," Wolfe agreed. "You suggest that our role is less about fighting evil than about bringing clarity to confusion." "Sometimes they are the same thing," Fritz replied. "Henri's theft was certainly criminal, but it also represented a fundamental confusion about the nature of value, about what could be taken and what could only be earned through proper understanding and respect. The cognac had reached that perfect temperature where its complexity was fully revealed. Notes of vanilla and oak, hints of fruit and spice, the warm burn that spoke of careful aging and expert blending. As they sipped and talked, the brownstone settled around them like a living thing preparing for sleep, its daytime energy giving way to the deeper peace that came with evening's approach. "I should check on tomorrow's appointments," Archie said, though he made no immediate move to do so. The peaceful comfort of the evening made administrative tasks seem less urgent than usual. "Nothing pressing, I believe," Wolfe replied, "which means we can afford to let tomorrow take care of itself, while we enjoy the satisfaction of today's completed work." It was a philosophy that Archie had learned to appreciate during his years in the Brownstone, the recognition that some forms of productivity required rest, that the mind needed time to process and consolidate before it could tackle new challenges effectively. In a city that never truly slept, where the pressure to always be doing something was constant and relentless, the Brownstone offered a different rhythm, one that honoured both activity and reflection. From the kitchen came the gentle sounds of Fritz completing his evening preparations, The quiet clink of dishes being arranged for tomorrow's breakfast, the soft whisper of cloths being folded and put away, the barely audible hum that accompanied his work when he was particularly content with the day's accomplishments. These sounds had become as much a part of their evening routine as the cognac and conversation, a comforting reminder that all was well in their carefully ordered world. "I keep thinking about that moment when Marie-Louise saw the menu lying on our hall table," Archie said. "The risk she took in trusting that we would understand her message, that we would be willing to help someone we had never met with a problem that wasn't really ours to solve." "Trust," Wolfe replied, "is perhaps the most remarkable of human characteristics. The willingness to believe that strangers will act with integrity, that systems will function as intended, that justice will ultimately prevail despite evidence to the contrary. Without trust, civilization would be impossible." "And yet it's violated so often," Archie observed. "People like Henri abuse trust for personal gain, breaking the bonds that hold communities together. Which makes it all the more important to protect and restore trust when we have the opportunity," Fritz added from the doorway, where he had appeared to collect their empty glasses. "Marie-Louise's trust in your willingness to help was rewarded. Henri's betrayal of Marco's trust was punished. The balance is maintained." The cook's simple statement captured something profound about the work they did, Archie realised. It wasn't just about solving puzzles or catching criminals, it was about maintaining the delicate equilibrium that allowed people to live together in relative harmony, to build relationships based on mutual respect and shared values. As Fritz departed with their glasses, promising to leave coffee and small pastries available for anyone who might want them later, Wolfe returned to his book and Archie to the newspaper he had been reading earlier, but their reading was desultory now. Their attention caught more by the peaceful atmosphere of the evening than by the printed words before them. The newspaper's headlines, which had seemed urgent that morning, now felt distant and abstract. Political controversies, international tensions, the endless cycle of conflict and competition that filled the public discourse, all of it seemed less important than the quiet victory they had witnessed in their own small corner of the world. A young cook's courage had been rewarded, a chef's trust had been protected, a thief's plans had been thwarted, and justice had been served without fanfare or public recognition. "Small victories," Archie murmured, more to himself than to Wolfe. "The only kind that truly matter," Wolfe replied, without looking up from his book. "Grand gestures and public triumphs are satisfying to observe, but they rarely change the fundamental nature of human relationships. It is the small acts of courage and kindness, the quiet defense of principle, the willingness to do what is right even when no one is watching. These are the forces that actually shape the world we live in." The detective's words reminded Archie of something he had read once about the difference between heroism and virtue. Heroism was dramatic, visible, the stuff of newspaper headlines and public ceremonies, but virtue was quiet, persistent, the daily choice to act with integrity even when, especially when, no recognition would follow. Marie-Louise had chosen virtue over self-preservation when she decided to seek help rather than ignore Henri's theft. Marco had chosen virtue over expedience when he promoted her based on merit rather than favoritism. Even Henri, in his willingness to resign rather than face exposure, had perhaps chosen a form of virtue over the alternative of denying and fighting accusations that he knew to be true. The evening deepened around them, bringing with it the particular peace that came to places where good work had been done and justice had been served. The city outside continued its restless motion, the distant sound of traffic, the occasional siren, the faint music that drifted from open windows where other people were conducting their own evening rituals. But inside the brownstone, time moved at its own measured pace, unhurried and untroubled by the urgencies that drove so much of urban life. Archie found his attention drifting from the newspaper to the play of lamplight on the office walls, the way shadows gathered in the corners where books stood in neat rows, the gentle movement of curtains stirred by the building's own breathing. There was something deeply satisfying about being surrounded by evidence of order and care. The perfectly maintained furniture, the precisely arranged accessories, the sense that every object in the room had been chosen and placed with deliberate attention to both function and beauty. "Fritz has been with you a long time," he observed, though it wasn't really a question. "More than 20 years, Wolfe replied, closing his book and marking his place with the deliberate care he brought to all such actions. "Long enough for us to develop a relationship that transcends the simple boundaries of employer and employee. He understands my needs often before I express them, and I have learned to trust his judgment in matters far beyond the kitchen." "Like his assessment of Mary Louise's character?" "Precisely. Fritz has spent his life observing people in the particular vulnerability that comes with being fed and cared for. His insights into human nature are informed by a perspective that few others possess." The conversation reminded Archie of the various forms that expertise could take. Wolfe's brilliance at detective work was obvious and celebrated, but Fritz's understanding of human nature was equally valuable, perhaps more so because it was based on years of quiet observation rather than dramatic investigation. The cook had developed his insights through the simple act of paying attention to people's behaviour when they thought no one was watching, when they were focused on the pleasure of a good meal rather than the presentation of a public persona. "Do you think Henry understood what he was really stealing?" Archie asked. "I mean, beyond just the recipes themselves?" Wolfe considered the question with the careful attention he gave to all inquiries that touched on human motivation. "I suspect not," he said finally. "In my experience, people who commit crimes of this nature tend to focus on the immediate tangible value of what they are taking, the recipes themselves, the potential profit from selling them, the advantage they might gain in their own careers. They rarely appreciate the deeper implications of their actions, which are the violation of trust, the disruption of the relationships that make professional communities possible, the damage to traditions that have taken generations to develop and refine." Wolfe paused, his expression growing more thoughtful. Henry saw Marco's recipes as commodities to be acquired and exploited. He failed to understand that they were actually relationships, connections between Marco and his mentors, between the present and the past, between individual creativity and collective wisdom. The detective's analysis reminded Archie of conversations they had had about other cases, other criminals who had focused so intently on immediate gain that they had failed to consider the broader consequences of their actions. It was a pattern that appeared again and again in their work. People who were intelligent enough to devise complex schemes, but not wise enough to understand what they were really destroying in the process. "Speaking of relationships," Archie said, "what do you think will happen to Marie-Louise now? Will she stay at Rusterman's, or use her promotion as a stepping stone to something else?" "That will depend largely on her own ambitions and Marco's willingness to continue investing in her development," Wolfe replied. "But based on what we observed today, I suspect both parties understand the value of what they have found in each other. Talent recognizes talent, and wisdom appreciates wisdom." Fritz reappeared in the doorway, this time carrying a tray with small cups of what proved to be espresso, accompanied by tiny pastries that looked like works of art. "A small nightcap," he announced, setting the tray where it would be easily accessible to both men. "I thought you might enjoy something to complement your evening conversation." The espresso was perfect, rich and strong without being bitter, with a kind of complex flavour that spoke of beans that had been carefully selected and expertly roasted. The pastries were equally impressive, each one a miniature masterpiece of flavour and technique that demonstrated exactly the kind of skill and artistry that Henri had tried to steal. "These are extraordinary," Archie said, sampling what appeared to be a tiny eclair filled with something that tasted of vanilla and honey. "Did you create these tonight?" Fritz smiled with the quiet pride of someone who knew he had achieved something special. "A new recipe I've been developing," he admitted. "I thought tonight would be an appropriate occasion for its debut." "They honour the tradition we have been discussing," Wolfe observed, tasting his own pastry with obvious appreciation. "Classical technique married to personal creativity. Familiar elements combined in unexpected ways to create something entirely new." The cook's expression brightened at the compliment. "That is exactly what I was attempting to achieve. The foundation is traditional pâte à choux, but the filling incorporates techniques I learned from a pastry chef in Budapest many years ago." old knowledge serving new purposes. Like solving mysteries with ancient principles of logic and observation, Archie suggested. Or like protecting traditional recipes with modern methods of investigation, Fritz agreed. The tools may change, but the underlying principles remain constant. As they enjoyed Fritz's latest creation, their conversation turned to the question of how traditions evolved while remaining true to their essential character. It was a delicate balance, they agreed, honouring the wisdom of the past while embracing the possibilities of the future, maintaining continuity while allowing for growth and change. Marie-Louise represents that balance, Wolfe observed. Trained in classical French technique but willing to adapt those methods to new circumstances and challenges. Her promotion reflects Marco's recognition that she understands both the value of tradition and the necessity of evolution. The espresso and pastries marked a natural conclusion to their evening's discussion, though none of them seemed eager to end the peaceful communion that had developed. There was something deeply satisfying about these unstructured conversations, these opportunities to explore ideas without the pressure of reaching specific conclusions or solving particular problems. Outside, the city was settling into its own version of evening quiet, not the complete silence of smaller places, but the gentler rhythm that came when even New York admitted that some activities were best saved for daylight hours. The sounds that filtered through the brownstone's walls were muted and distant. The occasional car splashing through puddles left by the morning's rain, the faint music from a radio in a neighbouring building, the soft conversation of late pedestrians making their way home. "I should probably start thinking about tomorrow," Archie said, though he made no immediate move to leave his comfortable chair. "Check the appointment book, review any correspondence that needs attention." "Nothing urgent, I believe," Wolfe replied, echoing his earlier assessment, "which gives us the luxury of letting this evening end at its own pace rather than being driven by external schedules." It was a luxury that Archie had learned to appreciate during his years in the brownstone, the freedom to let conversations develop naturally, to follow ideas wherever they might lead, to prioritise understanding over efficiency. In a world that increasingly measured success by speed and volume, the brownstone offered a different set of values, one that recognised the importance of depth and reflection. Fritz began collecting their empty cups and plates, but his movements were unhurried, almost ceremonial. There was no sense that they were being rushed toward the evening's conclusion, no suggestion that domestic duties took precedence over the simple pleasure of good company and thoughtful conversation. "Thank you for the espresso and pastries," Archie said. "They provided a perfect conclusion to a very satisfying day." "The pleasure was mine," Fritz replied. "It is gratifying to create something that brings enjoyment to people whose appreciation I value." The cook's words reminded Archie of the circular nature of satisfaction, how the pleasure of creating something excellent was enhanced by sharing it with others who could recognise and appreciate that excellence. It was similar to the satisfaction they derived from solving mysteries. The intellectual pleasure of the process was amplified by the knowledge that their work protected the innocent and served the cause of justice. As Fritz departed with his tray, Wolfe and Archie found themselves alone again in the warm circle of lamplight. The office felt larger now somehow, as if their evening's conversation had expanded its boundaries to encompass not just the immediate space, but the broader world of ideas and principles they had been exploring. "A good day," Wolfe said simply, closing his book and setting it aside with the finality that marked the end of productive reading. "A very good day," Archie agreed. "Mystery solved, justice served, and a new appreciation for the complexity of culinary ethics. And perhaps most importantly," Wolfe added, "a reminder that some problems can be solved through patience and careful thought rather than dramatic action and public confrontation." The detective's words captured something essential about their work together, Archie realised. While their cases occasionally required urgent action or dramatic revelation, the most satisfying solutions often came through quiet observation, logical deduction, and the willingness to trust that intelligence and integrity would ultimately prevail over confusion and dishonesty. The clock in the hall chimed 11, its bronze voice marking another hour's passage with the reliability that made it such a comforting presence in their daily routine. Time was moving forward, as it always did, but there was no sense of urgency in its passage, only the gentle recognition that even the most pleasant evenings must eventually give way to night, and the promise of rest. "I think," Archie said, rising from his chair with the reluctance that always accompanied the end of particularly satisfying conversations, "that I'm ready to call this a day. Or should I say, ready to let this day call itself complete?" Wolfe smiled at the distinction. "Either formulation is acceptable," he replied, "though I prefer your second version. It suggests agency on the part of the day itself, as if time possessed wisdom about when its work was finished." As they prepared to end their evening vigil, Archie found himself reflecting on the strange alchemy that had transformed a piece of crumpled paper into a complete understanding of human motivation and professional ethics. The morning had begun with a simple anomaly, a menu where it shouldn't have been, and had evolved through careful observation and logical deduction into a story of courage, betrayal, and quiet justice. "Tomorrow will bring new puzzles," he observed, turning off the lamps with the same careful attention Fritz brought to his kitchen rituals. "Undoubtedly," Wolfe agreed, checking that his book was properly marked and positioned for the next day's reading. "But tonight belongs to the satisfaction of work well done and mysteries properly solved." They climbed the stairs together, their footsteps creating a familiar rhythm on the old wood. The brownstone settled around them with the gentle creaks and sighs that spoke of a building preparing for rest, its daytime energy giving way to the deeper peace that came with the evening's close. In his room, Archie prepared for bed with the contentment that came from a day that had ended better than it began. The city outside continued its restless motion, but within the thick walls of the brownstone all was order and quiet satisfaction. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, new opportunities to apply intelligence and compassion to the endless puzzle of human behaviour. But for now it was enough to know that somewhere in the city a young cook could sleep peacefully, secure in the knowledge that her courage had been rewarded and her principles vindicated. And somewhere else, a chef could rest knowing that his trust had been protected and his traditions preserved for the next generation of those who understood that cooking was not just a profession, but a sacred responsibility. The brownstone breathed quietly around them all, its walls holding the gentle warmth of another mystery solved, and another small victory for the forces of justice and order. In the morning, the crumpled menu would find its way to the filing cabinet, taking its place among the other completed cases that marked their ongoing war against confusion and dishonesty. But tonight, as rain began to fall again with the gentle persistence that would wash the streets clean and prepare the city for another day of possibilities, all was peace and contentment in the place where intelligence and compassion worked together to make things right, one small mystery at a time. And so our gentle mystery comes to its peaceful close in the warm sanctuary of the brownstone, where justice was served not through drama or confrontation, but through careful observation and quiet wisdom. In 1940s New York, as in any time and place, the small acts of courage and kindness, like Marie-Louise's anonymous message and Wolfe's patient deduction, are what truly hold the world together. Let the rain outside your own windows tonight wash away the day's concerns, just as it cleaned the streets of Nero Wolfe City. Rest knowing that somewhere, in kitchens and offices, in brownstones and restaurants, people continue the quiet work of protecting what matters, preserving what's precious, and ensuring that intelligence and integrity still have the power to make things right. Thank you for sharing this evening's mystery with me. Sweet dreams, wherever in the world you're listening tonight. Until our next gentle tale together, sleep well.